Hello, welcome to another stream of Control. So we're still in the main story. We're up to the chapter of the main story, The Face of the Enemy. Before I do that though, I just want to have a look at some side missions and all that kind of stuff. Let's see. Um, this fridge duty. I'll do this one.
Keep your eyes open, Philip. Keep them open. Hope, hope, hope.
Hey, what can I do?
Oh, you're back. Oh, thank you, thank you. If I look away, I don't know what this thing will do. You have to get me out of here. The door can only be opened by the Panopticon supervisor. That's Langston, if he's still around.
Langston. Yeah, I know him. I'll go ask him how to get you out.
Please hurry. My eyes, they can't. They can't.
Hey, calm down. Just focus. What's your name?
Focus. Right. My name's Philip, and I think I can hold on for a bit. It's just my eyes. My eyes hurt so much.
Just hang on, Philip.
You know, I just thought about it. He has to keep his eyes on it, right? But does he have to keep both eyes on it? What I mean to say is, because his eyes are hurting, could he sort of alternate between looking at it with one eye and then open both eyes and then switch eyes and then close? That's probably what I would do if I was in that situation. But that wouldn't mean to say it would be easy to do. But yeah, if you hold one eye open and then before you switch eyes, you open the other eye that you closed and then close the other one and alternate between the two.
Can we provide any assistance at this time? Sir, only if you can reboot the cell door protocols without manually accessing them.
Sir, we are not capable of completing that task. Please assign us a different task.
Why are you talking like that? You know what? Never mind. I'll take care of it.
There's someone named Philip up in a cell. He's watching a refrigerator and very rapidly losing it.
Philip? Oh shit, I forgot about fridge duty. He's been in there for over a day, I totally forgot.
You forgot about him?
There's a lot going on. The hiss, the Benikoff TV. Considering the number of things I'm juggling, ma'am, I think it's...
Listen, it's fine. We just need to get him out of there. He said you'd be able to open the cell door?
Yeah, I can unlock it on my terminal. There. Done. Door open. But Philip can't just leave. The fridge is behaving erratically. Ocular contact is the only thing that seems to placate it. If we don't have someone in there watching it 24/7, people will die.
I'll figure something out. I'm pretty good with these things.
Being pretty good with altered items isn't standard bureau procedure, ma'am.
He doesn't know us very well. I'll see you later, Langston.
I'll be here, like always. I told Salvador it was dangerous, but no. Why listen to Langston? I'm just a Panopticon supervisor.
Hello? Jesse?
I'm back. I'm coming in.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, thank you. Jesse? The fridge is doing something!
Philip?
I just want to test something. Yeah, so I can look at that in photo mode. What do you call a fish with no eyes? Thank you, Harbinger. That's a good one.
If I look away, it hurts me. This sounds like the board, but I can't understand it. What the fuck?
Hello? Jesse? Jesse? The fridge is doing something!
Philip? Philip? If I look away, it hurts me.
Okay, coming into this fight with full health now will definitely help. Hey there, Hipsuit.
This sounds like
Welcome
the
on in.
board,
I hope
but
it's going well.
Can't understand it. What the fuck?
All good, Hipsuit? Excellent. That's good to hear. Welcome on in. Hey there, Tylian. Hello again.
Hello? Jesse? The fridge is doing something!
Philip? If I look away, it hurts me. This sounds like the board, but I can't understand it. What the fuck? There's no Black Pyramid here. The fridge seems fixed. Did fighting that thing off change something?
I guess you'll be skipping the new Prince of Persia game that comes out next week. For now, I will be, yeah. I don't mind Metroidvania games and all that kind of stuff, but I just don't like the approach that they're taking with the game. Federal Bureau of Control Employee Report. Incident in question occurred on Redacted and was brought to HR Department's attention by the internal security personnel who intervened. According to reports supported by security camera footage, Agent Filson entered the staff kitchen with the intention of consuming his private meal, a homemade sandwich cut diagonally and packed in a plastic container, but discovered the refrigerator had redacted his meal. Agent Filson began to kick the Bureau-owned appliance as he expressed his frustration in a loud and profane manner. This behavior caused multiple staff members present to become alarmed. Security was alerted soon after. Filson complied with the security's commands to desist. Agent Filson was reprimanded and suspended for the remainder of the ongoing work week. The review committee recommends one non-mandatory counseling session. Refrigerator procedures. Arctic Queen, altered item 10KE. No unique procedures required. An Arctic Queen brand electric refrigerator model from the 1960s. No cooling functionality. The door is decorated with crayon illustrations by Redacted. The illustrations cannot be removed from the item. All attempts have failed. The paper cannot be burned or torn. The item first came to the Bureau's attention after it survived the collapse of New York City's Grand Central Hotel, where it served as an appliance in apartment Redacted, rented by a man named Redacted. It became the subject of local infamy after surviving the building's collapse undamaged. Mr. Redacted, who was out of the building at the time of collapse, Redacted PM, retained ownership of the item until 1974, when the Bureau purchased the item through a false identity. New altered effect has been observed. See file altered event altered item 10.f for details. See file altered item 10K for new containment procedures.
You guys didn't bring, like, checkers or anything, did you?
Any active duty security personnel found engaging in non-sanctioned leisure activities will be relieved of duty pending review, sir.
You could have just said no. How'd it go? Where's Philip?
Philip's gone. Something happened before I could get him out.
Poor Philip. He never did like fridge duty. But if you're here, then who's watching the fridge?
The fridge is fine now. I took care of it.
You don't just take care of altered items. What did you do?
I touched it and wound up in the astral plane. This thing was in there. It was huge, had one big eye. Wasn't friendly.
We've been getting reports from the astronauts lately about something fitting that description. The astral plane is usually connected to our world through objects of power, not altered items. If this thing is linking itself to altered items, then it's clearly powerful. This may happen again.
Do you think that thing is what got Philip?
Must have been. The Panopticon is a dangerous place. The agents all know the risks. But, since you're some sort of altered item whisperer, I've got a list of others for you to corral. The Hiss are causing containment breaches left, right, and center. Here, start with these. I'll see if there are any others missing while you're gone. My life just got a whole lot easier.
I'll see you later, Langston.
I'll be here, like always. I better not get blamed for this mess in the next performance review. I have a cat to feed.
Heh, here we go. Thermos procedures. Oh dear diner. Coffee thermos. Altered item 73 UE. No unique procedures required. Altered status is suspected but unverified. A blue coffee thermos with a white plastic cap and a logo of the Oh Dear Diner located in Bright Falls, Washington. The cap doubles as a mug. The item responds to Formula I-16, yet no discernible altered effect has been discovered, other than keeping liquids warm for surprisingly long periods of time. It's also worth noting that the coffee from the thermos is always refreshing and strong, no matter its quality, before being poured into the item. The thermos was discovered on the shores of Cauldron Lake, outside the town of Bright Falls. Both are known sites of a recurring AWE. See Bright Falls AWE case for further information. According to witness statements, Alan Wake, see Prime Candidate Program entry for further information, who went missing shortly before the discovery of the thermos, had been seen redacted collecting similar thermoses for an unredacted purpose. I guess the coffee in there is delicious. Oh, cool. I have for the Pierce headshot damage plus 30%. Now I've got one that is plus 63%. Nice. dun 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 dun. Bom 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 bom. Hey there, Crooked. Welcome on in, dude. Good day to you as well, Senny. And yeah, I'm doing well. I'm doing good. I had a good previous stream to this one. It's good to have Odyssey off the schedule now because then this weekend I can start Red Dead Redemption 2 and focus solely on Red Dead Redemption 2 and not have to, do a few hours worth of one game before starting that. So very much looking forward to starting that playthrough, especially because I've got a different approach that I'm going to be taking to the game that I haven't taken before. But I'll definitely talk about that more when we get to Friday. It's good to have Odyssey finished. You can stop there. No more explanation needed. That's definitely another good way to put it. That is for sure. It is good to have Odyssey finished. How's things going for you today, Senny? I hope you're having a good one so far. Crooked, going alright. Listened to one of your favorite German lyricists earlier and was looking when he performs next in your area, only to find out that he died to a brain tumor in the last year at 31. Made you quite sad as it's way too young and you really resonated with his lyrics. That really, really sucks, dude. Yeah, when that happens, and especially that age, because that is a young age, relatively. And it's such a shame that you weren't able to see his next performance before he passed. Alright, so it's purposefully not letting me go up higher. Hello there, Sadie. It's going really, really good. How's things going with you? I hope you had a great rest of your stream. Already been in there. Senny, definitely. You've been following him since 2015, but never bothered checking for some live performances, and now that you have, it's too late. You just hope they didn't have to suffer at the end. Absolutely, dude. That's the thing, like, we hope that, you know, if we're going to die, you know, that when we do, that it's, you know, peacefully and that, you know, it's unfortunate that obviously not everyone gets to, but hopefully he was able to. And when someone really creative like that passes away, who you had a connection with their work and them, you know, definitely makes it harder when you realize that they've passed. Also, you're using your favorite gun right now. Ended up using this for most of the playthrough, been satisfying one-shotting most enemies. Well and truly. I've also got some mods attached to it, which really, really come in handy. Oh, wrong button. Like, I've got the headshot damage. Sorry, I've got the damage while aiming and headshot damage. So damage while aiming is 37% and headshot is 63%. Control's going well, Mr. Gote. It's going really good. I finished a chapter in the last stream, and now I wanted to work on some of these other sort of things to help get ability points. But yeah, it's going really good. Sadie, not too bad, thanks. Chilling with some NCIS, and the rest of the stream was good. Oh, excellent. That's good to hear. I'm glad that you're doing well and that you had a good stream. They the original NCIS, that is, they're actually, or they have already finished that up, as in, like, they're not making any more of that one anymore, I think.
Item up there. Looks like you need to hit that shield harder.
Paper Lantern Procedures. Ramen Lantern, altered item 69KE. The item should be kept in a locked containment cell. Any prolonged observation of the item should be avoided. The item is a paper lantern known as a shoshin. I probably pronounced that wrong. The paper is red with elegant black Japanese characters that translate to ramen. Item has an attractive effect that is both physical and psychological. Nearby objects gravitate towards the item with a minor force of redacted. More notable is its ability to attract sentient organisms with its rich red color and warm, comforting glow. What a glowing review of that product.
That's no normal piece of paper. Okay, we need to know where it's been. We need to find the other pages.
Dear elected official, thanks to the recent smoking ban in my state, I'm happy to inform you I will not be voting for you in the next election. As everyone knows, smoking is being banned because the smoke is toxic to the aliens that the government sold our planet to in a secret deal. If humans keep smoking, the aliens won't be able to live on Earth. Our air would be poison to them. If you government traitors can't stop people from smoking, then you won't get your millions of dollars from the aliens. I have a website. People know what's going on. We're going to keep smoking no matter what. This is a national emergency. Politicians are handing the planet over to alien overlords. We won't let you. We will resist. I will smoke forever. Signed, a proud smoker, rebel, and patriot. That would have been one for the shredding machine.
Okay, we need to know where it's been. Should be one more page.
Dear gentlemen of the Society of Sciences, it has been some time since I sent my initial letter. I hope it is not the case that you have dismissed my claims outright. In that hope, I am writing you to once more ask for your help in understanding the oddity that has befallen me in my home. I have recently begun renting a new apartment in the city. The space is nothing special, though for a time I found the isolation quite soothing. Recently, I have begun experiencing a strange occurrence. When I'm in my kitchen, a tiny little thing with not much but a sink, I sometimes lose myself. My surroundings change. I find myself standing on strange dark stone. I stare out at a colorless sky as white as undisturbed snow, terrified of moving. Perhaps this is a brain issue. I think not, as it feels terribly real. This has been occurring for some months now, and I have become frightened of entering my kitchen. If it's not too much of an inconvenience, I would dearly appreciate a visit from one of your professionals to see what they make of it. I await your response with little expectation, but with great hope. Yours, very, very truly yours, Lorraine Fitzgerald. I see. I'm a plaid suit in a pinstripe world. 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 I'm not going to read all of this. I'm a plaid suit in a pinstripe world. I'm a plaid suit in a pinstripe world. Redacted. I'm gonna redact all of that. Crooked now is a Gollum impression. My voice would be like, no, don't. Cat clock. My clock is shaped like a cat, and its eyes move, and I think it's angry, but I keep apologizing, and it won't stop, but I said I'm sorry, but it won't leave me alone, and I don't know what it wants. I can't keep apologizing. Fo, do you see it now too? It told me everyone is here, and I need to be careful so they don't see me writing this letter. It wants me to stay with it, with my eyes on its eyes and moving very fast, but I can't keep going. I'm worried they will forget about me, so I need to ritty you about this because I can't keep going, but the cat will because of its eyes. Its eyes? Redacted. Crooked. I'll imagine. You love the ambient music of this game. Yeah. That would be quite interesting to do that, because it's definitely a tongue twister. And I did as well, Crooked. Yeah. I really love that kind of stuff. I haven't actually listened to the game's soundtrack on its own yet, but I definitely want to do that. There's actually a song that I heard in this game on the radio earlier called Byproduct, and it's actually it's a song by Byproduct called Constrain. It was like this really cool retro style piece of music.
We need to know where it's gonna end up. Done and done.
Letters procedures. Moving letters. Altered item 77KE. Blackrock paneling suppresses the item's effect. A stack of 4 envelopes, each containing a single page of paper. All 4 letters are illegible due to extreme water damage. The envelopes, curiously, do not show any sign of such damage and are covered in messages of love. The items are able to move short distances at a pace of less than redacted, and always in a redacted direction. This is the first altered item to have multiple separate parts, a fact previously believed to be an impossibility by redacted. A proposal to take the items outside the oldest house and follow their movement to its final destination is under consideration with the Budget Committee. See file RTO 7158 for details. Items was found in the Dead Letter Archives, where the head archivist found it attempting to escape a filing cabinet. She reports having no record of the items in her archive of letters. Are letters, for me, our whereabouts. Hey, you have questions, and the prophets have your answer. If you are truly intrigued, watch the time. We've lost about 45 days in the past 4 years. The shortening of days. This is why the Vatican is a sundial, and also, simultaneously, a keyhole. Another thing, while I'm here, if you want the secret to everything, compare plasma next to brain cells. The sun and moon are composed of plasma, simply light, not planets. After this is cemented in your psyche, ponder the current whereabouts of where you, I, and humanity reside. Cheers. A letter for me? Oh, I knew you would, Greenie. I was watching a video the other day about different assassins and which of the 7 deadly sins would apply to different ones. It wasn't just assassins themselves, but also other characters and stuff. And they attributed, I think it was sloth, to Jacob Fry, which got me thinking about that, because like I kind of disagree, because he's not a character that is lazy. Like, not to say that Evie's lazy, but the fact that he's, being proactive against the Templars in the way that he does it, like going and actually hunting the targets and taking them out and all that kind of stuff. That to me is not a sign of someone who is lazy. You know what I mean? Like, if he was lazy, he would just sit back and let Evie do everything. Like, he would be like, okay, Evie, I'll sit this one out. And he'd be a character that you would only talk to when you went to the train, and you wouldn't be able to play as him, and he'd just be on the train, chilling, But, yeah. But he's one of those characters. I think he's probably one of the characters in the series. Like, Connor is definitely up there as well, as one of these characters in the series that really gets a lot of shit, that doesn't deserve it. And I think Jacob Fry is also a character like that too, as well. Vivid Dreams. To the esteemed members of the American Psychiatric Council, I am writing you to inquire about the significance of dreams in relation to one's mental health. I am aware that there are many books purporting to contain the true meanings of dreams, but I have reservations about their legitimacy. I understand that this is not usually done, but if I would greatly appreciate, but, hang on, I understand that this is not usually done, but if okay, maybe they meant to put so between if and I, but if so, I would greatly appreciate your thoughts on my condition. Ever since I was young, I have had intensely vivid dreams. They only occur sporadically, but in them I witness very strange events. I understand dreams can seem real at the time, but these feel markedly different. They do not occur often, perhaps only 1 or 2 a year. Last night I had one. I saw a small empty town. It was utterly dark. There was a lake at its center. Shadows of people moved around me, muttering odd things. A bright light woke me up. I was screaming in my sleep. My wife had been shaking me for minutes before I woke. Because of this recent incident, I've decided to seek help. The doctor says I am physically fine, but I wanted to consult your expertise. Thank you for your valuable time. Yours very sincerely, Richard Bowker. Good, absolutely. It doesn't help that the game and other characters constantly shit on Jacob too, or assume things that are not true only for the community to take it for hard truths. Yeah, exactly. And that's one of the problems with franchises that have a big fan base, is that cliques kind of form amongst fans and all that kind of stuff. And you also get the fans who actually know that what they're saying is wrong, or is not fully informed, or they're not fully communicating everything, on purpose. So it's like when someone doesn't like someone, so they'll make up something that they know isn't true, and even if they know that it's not true, they still go around. You know what I mean? Like if someone assumes something and then they find out that they were wrong, some are like, okay, I was wrong, but others are like, I don't care if I'm wrong. I'm still going to tell others the same thing that I was saying before I found out that I was wrong, and all that kind of stuff. But I think too, the other thing with Jacob is there's this unfair balance between him and Evie as well. Like, there's more things that Evie does which don't get called out by other characters or even Jacob himself. But there's more things that Jacob gets called out by as well. And I think that imbalance is kind of like unfair, And if you put the shoe on the other foot, if Evie was the character that was being blamed for all this stuff and she wasn't at fault, then people would be more up in arms because it would be like, oh, Evie is a character that shouldn't be treated that way, so we're going to defend the character way more than we would with Jacob. But the way that they've written Jacob as a character is to take away certain things that could indicate to people that he's not as bad as sometimes Evie makes him out to be, or isn't as bad as what she assumes the situation might be because of his actions. You know what I mean? Like Abilene is a big example of that as well. And there's something in the logic that people sort of tend to overlook, and it's this: the Templars have so much power, money, and influence, they can make anything that was true seem like it was a lie, especially to the public at large. So the fact that they were like, well, okay, Twopenny was assassinated. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to steal the printing plates for the, for the money, and we're going to make sure that there's going to be a major problem with the economy. It doesn't help that Abilene closed down the bank. Jacob didn't do that. It wasn't his decision. What Abilene decided to do was his own decision based on his own logic. He didn't ask Jacob, so Jacob, what do you think I should do now that you've killed Twopenny? It's not like Jacob was like, well, I think you should close the bank down. It's like, no, that's not how it worked, And so the idea that an assassin like Evie would even doubt Jacob is a bit ridiculous because she knows what the Templars are like and should know that there's no way that Jacob would have had a hand in stealing the printing plates, And obviously there's more to it than just simple things, So there's definitely examples where it's like, hang on a bit, Let's stop blaming Jacob for everything, He's not a perfect character, and characters should not be, written to be perfect. They should still have some kind of flaw. Crooked, exactly. Same thing with the counterfeit medicine case. Jacob stopped a Templar butcher from hurting more people cruelly, but he can't be held responsible for people trying to flood the market with counterfeit medicine now that the Templar soothing syrup isn't available anymore, which was probably even worse. Yeah, well, that's it too, I mean, yeah, maybe he should have thought, maybe I need to have some other alternate kind of source, and all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, Starrick and the Templars control the majority of London still. So it's impossible to do anything against Starrick without some kind of repercussions. It's like you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't kind of thing with a lot of that stuff. You shut down one of his factories, he just opens up another one, You shut down his manufacturing of a certain medicine. Well, they're not going to step in and give, the Templars aren't going to step in and fix that. They're not going to create new medicine or an alternate medicine that's better, because they wanted the medicine that they put out there to be the way it was. So there's always going to be repercussions for the actions that the assassins take from the Templar, that they take against the Templars.
We're a cell breaches on every level. These things are bad influence.
Cogridane, you think it's easy to judge from the outside too. While Evie is busy going after the Shroud and hanging with Henry, which is fair, Jacob is taking the fight to the Templars and actively trying to shift the power balance. That's it, And the thing about both characters is that both approaches and both things are actually valid for the assassins, because it's something where it's like, you need to make sure that the Templars don't get their hands on powerful artifacts. And you also need to make sure that you're taking targets off the playing field as well. Alright, so this goes to main story stuff. Okay, I'll watch that on its own in a minute.
August 4th, 1964. We discovered the oldest house while investigating a suspected altered war event case in the New York City subway tunnels.
Oh no, I've already heard that one. I've already been in this pub.
Will repair any damaged systems once normal operations have resumed, sir.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Hello, Lizzie. Welcome on in. You want a game with their parents? Probably won't happen, though. Yeah, that would definitely have been a good idea for Cecily and Ethan Fry to have their own game. Probably won't happen, though. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be holding my breath. There's a lot of stuff that Ubisoft could do with certain things, but they just won't. Hello there, Ishimura. Welcome on in. How's things going? Kroger, got to say, seeing Lucinda starting Valhalla got you quite excited to revisit the game with the no HUD. Is it the only game in the series you haven't tried it on yet? Oh, nice, dude. That's cool. That's good that you'll be able to play through it without the HUD for the first time. Yeah, I don't blame you. Like, I'm already starting to think about what Valhalla playthrough I want to do for my annual run this year as well. You played this a few months ago, Ishimura. It was quite enjoyable. Oh, cool. I'm glad that you enjoyed the game. This is my third playthrough of it, and I really, really do enjoy it a lot. I really like the way that they've designed a lot of stuff. A lot of really cool, like, you know, bizarre and strange kind of phenomena and all that kind of stuff. Crooked, I reckon not a torch challenge. Don't know for an annual one, but you never know. I might be able to fit in a another playthrough as well, where I do that. But yeah, I definitely want to do that challenge with that game in the future at some point. It'd be quite an enlightening experience, I imagine, with that one as well. Here we go, here's the medical wing. Shin, spoiler, the harder you press the attack button, the more damage you do. Really, Shin? Oh, nice. Next you'll tell me that moving the left control stick will make the character move. How's it going, Shin? Crooked, that warms your heart. Yeah, I think that playthrough will be pretty lit. Mold autopsy. Autopsy report. Subject redacted. The deceased was a redacted-year-old redacted with no significant past medical history. The subject was brought in after being discovered in the active threshold in an early state of decay that is characteristically fungal-based in its appearance. During autopsy, the cadaver's pleural cavities were revealed to be entirely filled by the fungus known as the mold, to an extent that medical staff were forced to put on decontamination suits. The procedure was also hindered by anomalies such as the deceased's high body temperature and undulating torso muscles, presumably but not provably caused by trapped gases. Routine samples, as well as tissue samples requested by Dr. Underhill, were successfully extracted. However, their rapid retrogression outside of the host body needs to be noted. Cause of death, mold ingestion. Ishimura, you did like the combat in this, especially the launching of objects. That is quite fun, and I'm going to be able to get it soon, but I really like the ability where you can throw three, or grab three objects at once and throw them. Shin, your mind is going a million miles per hour and keeping you awake, so you thought you would lurk in your stream while you play Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Well, that's good, Shin. Thank you for choosing to do that. And I definitely understand what that's like if you can't get to sleep with thoughts racing through. I hope the playthrough of Odyssey has been going good.
Easy peasy.
Shin, your bear keeps dying. Oh, really? Oh, no. Yesterday you were able to find an end table so you can put your coffee maker near your computer. Oh, well, that's a good idea, Shin. That's definitely good. Hey, Afro. Easy peasy, she says. Oh, yeah. It's, super easy. Human hand chair. Altered item 63KE. Item must be kept in isolation, removed from other unsecured objects. Under no circumstances is the item to be sat in. A plastic seat shaped like a human hand from the 1960s. The hand's palm forms a seat with the fingers acting as the chair's back. The item affects gravitational forces, attracting and repelling objects near itself with a force of redacted. Its fingers have also been observed to change position, though too quickly to be witnessed or filmed. The item may be changing forms rather than moving. The item only displays these effects during full moons. Sample analysis confirms that it contains human genetic material. Found in a warehouse at Redacted, Albany, a team of ranger trainees, accompanied by an experienced field agent, were dispatched to investigate local rumors when they encountered the item. They successfully retrieved the item. It'd be cool to have a mod of Control where Jesse has Claire Redfield's outfit from Resident Evil. Yeah, Shamira, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Anyone could do it, even a fly. Altered item behavior changes. Recently, there have been some alarming changes in behavior and altered effect in two altered items in the Panopticon. The Redacted and the Redacted have become much more aggressive, with entirely new effects manifesting for no discernible reason. The items have been investigated for updated containment procedures to counter these new effects, with one successfully discovered to be contained by constant visual contact. But this development is worrying. What if all the altered items undergo this behavioral change? We need to find out why this is happening, what is changing. Handling these altered items has also resulted in numerous Panopticon staff being redacted. I would say that they've gone to the astral plane, but these aren't objects of power. Not one of them has come back. This, plus the uptick in astronauts not returning from their dives, has me wondering what the hell is going on. Is anyone looking into this? Is there any plan? Refer to file redacted for full report. Another great episode of the Threshold Kids. A very wholesome and uplifting and very positive show that has a lot of great production value, and it's fun for the whole family.
TV! Let's watch Donkeys in Space!
It's not safe.
But Star Captain Eagle! Can I poke it with a stick?
Okay. Bureau rule number 74. Always be suspicious of things that weren't there before.
What?
Looks safe to me.
Donkeys in Space!
Wait! It's not even plugged in!
See, what a fun and informative show. Hey, Omnibus, welcome. Production value. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's got better production value than the best movies that you can see. How's it going, dude? Welcome. Panopticon Methods Proposal. In this proposal, I'd like to explore the matter of containment policy. When an altered item enters the oldest house, we thoroughly investigate any possible combination of actions or words or material that will prevent the item from applying its altered effect. However, I work with these entities every day, and I have good reason to believe that a less convoluted form of containment is possible. The items crave redacted. If we initiated a series of redacted, praising the items, or perhaps incorporating their images into pieces of redacted that could be visited throughout the Bureau, I believe the altered items would behave without needing to resort to redacted or redacted, which only led to the items feeling mistreated. If we treat them like criminals, we can't be surprised when they try to escape.
The exact process of how an altered item is...
I'll watch that in a moment. Unibested. Hi Rod, yeah, it's going well so far, just getting the workday started. Hope the playthrough of Control is going redacted. That's great to hear, dude. I'm glad that it's going well, and I hope that your workday goes really good as well. Hope it all goes well. And it is, yeah. Making some good progress. I'll probably finish the main game, I reckon, in tomorrow's stream, and then I'll be able to do the 2 DLC before the weekend, I think, maybe. Which will work out well, because then I can either, well, depending, if I finish both DLC in one day, that'll be good, because then I can have an early start to Alan Wake 2. Good luck for now. Hope you have a great stream, Senny. Thank you so much. I definitely will, dude. Thank you so much for being here. Muchly appreciated. Let's see if Stream Elements is working yet with the shoutouts. It isn't. It'll come up in a second with some error. Would like to highly recommend people check out Crocodile's channel if you haven't before. He's playing through a few different games at the moment. He's got going a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Black Flag, where he plays without the HUD and he can't use fast travel, and he has limited looks at the map as well. He's doing that with all the main entries in the series. He's also doing a playthrough of The Witcher 3 on the hardest difficulty and without the HUD in that game as well. And he's also playing Geralt as someone who's very evil and greedy with the dialogue choices and things like bartering for, money and all that kind of stuff to get more money that he could possibly, get as much money out of the characters as possible and all that kind of stuff. He's also been doing a playthrough of The Crew, and he's also got a playthrough of Guitar Hero World Tour as well that he was doing recently. And he had all these character mods that were installed, and also a mod that combined all the main Guitar Hero games into one, so you could access all the songs across them all as well. So highly recommend checking out Crocodile's channel if you haven't before. He's also played through games like Control and Alan Wake as well in the past. So if you're a fan of those games too, definitely recommend checking out Crocodile's channel. No problemo, Assassino, for the shout out. No worries at all, Senny. More than happy to give you one. We need money. Oh yeah. That's definitely going to be something that I'll be hearing soon in the Red Dead Redemption 2 game. Thanks for being here, Crooked, and I hope that you have a great start to your stream as well. Thank you for the look. Oh, I'm in a bear suit. It was really cool to see that. I miss playing those games. I really do. Playing them without the guitar controller is definitely not, the way that I like to play it. So I've never played it for years because I don't have the guitar controller. I'm gonna be super Dutch. We got $1 million. Sure, we can't stop our plan. Yeah, it's like if you put that much into the camp and it's gone, it's like, what the hell are you guys spending it on? Crooked, if you ever wanted to see Ezio on the bass, Nico Bellic with the vocals, Wrench on the drums, and Altair on the lead guitar, you'll have a good time. It was so cool too, as well, having John Wick on the microphone.
The exact process of how an altered item is born eludes us. We find them in the aftermath of altered world events. They take the form of everyday objects, ever present in our lives, constantly evoked in the thoughts of millions of people, now infused with unpredictable energies. They're altered. The superstitious would call them cursed. Now, are altered items sentient? Not quite. They're often fixated, programmed almost to cause certain events to happen over and over again. While generally less potent than objects of power, they are not able to be controlled. Left unchecked, they can be highly dangerous. To study altered items, we contain them in Panopticon.
What's great about Dr. Darling being played by Matthew Peretta is it gives a chance for people who hadn't seen him in anything else but only knew him by his voice as Alan Wake. It's so cool that those people were able to actually finally see what he looked like, if they hadn't looked on their own, obviously online or something. But yeah, Matthew Peretta is the actor who does the voice for Alan Wake, just for those who don't know. But yeah, it's really cool. And I'm glad that he was in this game as a different character as well. Book Club. Thoughts by Philip P. Unless You hooked me right away. It began with visceral dismemberment scenes and this great unsettling vibe created by the unexplained creature they named The Fix. As an avid horror fan, I loved how this story veered from the genre conventions into something a little more, for lack of a better word, weird. Everything felt familiar, but just a little off. The characters even comment on it, saying how their lives felt out of control, as if they were just programmed to perform the same empty actions over and over. Very meta. And I love the way they left the ending wide open. What happened to the guy ordered to watch those monitors for the rest of his life? Did the Fix get him? Is he dead? Did he end up in the parallel reality with the others? We don't know, and that's okay. All in all, an interesting read. I'll give it a solid 4 out of 5. Points deducted for some of the clunky dialogue and unbelievable choices the characters made. I mean, who the hell would follow orders from their boss in the middle of such a horrible slaughterfest? But I guess I shouldn't demand too much realism from a work of fiction. Oh, I do too. I'm in a bear suit. The effects are so good, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what they do with Control 2. I was saying in the other stream I did earlier that it's not just the actual like lighting and all that kind of stuff, but it's also the designs that they do, and the architecture, and so many different things that are visual treats. Remedy does this kind of thing really well. Hello there, Cloud. Welcome on in. Hope it's going well. Cloud, that's cheating. Imagine being able to levitate when you're playing a game of basketball or something. Oh, nice, Cloud. That's cool. I'm glad that it's going well. The playthrough's going great. This is my third one, and really enjoying a replay. I'll be doing the 2 DLC as well, which I also like a lot, especially the Alan Wake one. And then the game that's going to replace this when I finish this playthrough will be Alan Wake 2. I'm going to do a New Game Plus run. Not too sure, Cloud, to be honest. Not too sure if they've changed or altered anything in that respect. Cloud. New Game Plus, they'd probably shorten it. Oh yeah. Friggin' hate those things. I hate when they just fucking appear right behind you. Especially because you might not be aware of them, because they might be camouflaged within all the light and stuff that's happening through your attacks and other enemy attacks and stuff. Cloud, do you use the Jedi mind trick thing? The Jedi mind trick thing. Oh yeah, I do that sometimes. You mean where you make the enemy an ally? Yeah, I use that sometimes.
Alright, I won't take up too much of your time today.
I've already listened to that.
Like I said, I want to talk about Jesse.
Yeah, I do use it sometimes. It can come in handy, especially if you've got an enemy you can take over that has a powerful weapon.
That must be one of the missing altar items. direct altered item to worry about.
Traffic light procedures. Red light, altered item 49KE. The object's effect is subdued by exposure to sunlight. A traffic light with 3 distinct lights arranged vertically on each of its 4 sides. From top to bottom, the lights shine red, yellow, and green. A popular children's game, see CBA 316 for details, is believed to be integral in the manifestation of this item and its effect. If an entity approaches the item while its red light is activated, they will be instantaneously relocated a distance of redacted from the item. Theories that the item is shifting people to a former timeline or parallel universe have been explored and dismissed. The item was discovered after a street light at an intersection near the elementary school began shifting people away from itself after sunset. A local panic brought the case to the attention of the Bureau. The item was contained and a gas leak was blamed for this confusion in the townspeople's perception. Hey, Placenta! Hope it's going well? You've been watching on and off for a while, steps out from behind the curtain. Thank you so much for the lurking. It's muchly appreciated, Placenta. I hope things have been going good. Now that we've done that, we can go back to Langston.
told Salvador it was dangerous, but no. Why listen to Langston? Just the Panopticon supervisor.
I found all those missing altered items.
All of them? Wow, you have a gift, ma'am. But those weren't all of the altered items missing from the Panopticon. The hiss must be making them restless. We've had several more containment breaches.
How many of these things did he lose?
How many?
Just a couple. Should be no problem for you. I really appreciate your help. Really. Just super.
I'll see you later, Langston.
I'll be here, like always.
Awesome. Now I can get the ability that I wanted to get, which was hold and launch up to 3 objects. Energy now recovers while holding launch objects. Ha 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 ha! I am bulletproof. No one can damage the T-800. I need to work on my laugh as Arnie, but thanks for redeeming that Arnie impression, Harbinger. I should actually listen to the laugh that he does in Turtle Recall when he's using the wristwatch that can make a what do you call it, a hologram of himself appear. You think this is the real Quaid? It is. And then just shoots him. But yeah, there's a laugh that he does in that scene. Should listen to that laugh. Because that laugh would probably suit that line there that you used real well.
Disappearing ducks. Great. This must be one of Langston's altered items. Finally, no more quacking.
Rubber ducky. Altered item 52 AE. Direct contact with the item is not permitted. Safety gloves are required when handling. Item is a yellow rubber duck bath toy from the 1950s. A single hole at the bottom allows air and water to flow in and out. The item makes a sound analogous to quacking. The item travels considerable distances with surprising speed. How it achieves this motion is unknown. The item forms a redacted of unknown purpose with anyone who makes direct physical contact with it and begins to follow them, quacking often. This has led to a researcher named Redacted entering cardiac arrest, though due to the individual's health issues the matter may not be connected to the item's effect. Appendix. Item on loan to the research sector for further study. Tangible effect of rituals. Obsessive-compulsive disorder, hoarding, anxiety disorders. While certain manifestations of these conditions are simply the result of mental illness, sometimes the individuals are simply performing redacted called rituals. The redacted of rituals can vary. Numerology, dream logic, forfeiture, verbal formulae, repetitive action, and causal tethering are just some of the procedures involved. Some rituals are consistent, such as pulling the light switch cord 3 times to enter the motel, but some are erratic. Whilst most people engage in minor rituals every day, the vast majority do not understand the importance behind their actions. Avoiding disaster, amassing luck, or simply locating lost keys are all the results of daily rituals. Individuals who recognize a deeper meaning behind these compulsive actions are inherently aware of the paranatural world and, when located, should be considered for employment at the Bureau. Refer to file redacted for full report. Carla, file received. Thank you for the file. It was very helpful. I've re-archived it with the Black Rock research in case you need to refer to them again. Yes, the video shoots are always interesting. I expect my availability for those to decrease in the future, however, as my analysis of this newly discovered Black Rock variant is reaching a critical point. I hope you will be able to attend them still. Darling seems to be under a lot of pressure lately, and I'm sure he would appreciate any support you can provide. Regarding the analysis you provided, I do not have any questions. Thank you for the expeditious delivery. Regards, Research Specialist Dr. Carla Vaughn, Federal Bureau of Control. Oh, where did the flamingo go?
This thing again. into another altered item. What?
Yeah, Harbinger, the evil flamingo containment. Another fight with the former.
That's got to be an altered item. This thing again.
Got into another altered item.
What does this thing want? Is it fighting the boar? I never did like flamingos. Too pink.
Pink Flamingo procedures. Pink Flamingo, altered item 46KE. No unique procedure required. Altered status is suspected, but unverified. A plastic pink flamingo lawn ornament. 2 steel prongs extend from its underside. The item is suspected to influence atmospheric physics, altering meteorological phenomena in the area. This effect is currently unconfirmed. Appendix. New altered effect has been observed. See file altered item 46.D for details. Venom, you like pink? Yeah. Yeah, it's a color that can go well with some stuff. Strawberry ice cream is good. It's pink. I like strawberry ice cream. Or strawberry flavored thick shakes. Okay, so I'm going to leave this Langston Runaway for now, this last one. Venom, they're both valid. You're more cookies and cream type guy though. Oh yeah, cookies and cream is really really good too as well.
Ranger buddies. I should find the others.
bug made of Orishas. Like Arish said. Arish saw it coming, though. I should get these back to him.
Hey, Lucinda, coming in with the 29 months in a row. Amazing. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. That's awesome. Good morning to you. Welcome on in. Hope it's going well for you so far. Controller's coming along well. Yeah, doing really well. Made some good progress in the last stream and doing some side stuff. Not going to do all the side stuff in the game, but I wanted to get some ability points so I could unlock some upgrades, and just finished off one of the side quests now as well, and going to focus on the rest of the current main story chapter soon as well for the rest of the stream. But yeah, it's going really good. How's things with you? And nice emote. Nice animated emote. That's really cool. You got your own jamming kind of animated one. Nice. That looks really, really good. Really, really cool.
Oh my god, did she have to write everything in her made-up gibberish code? Fucking Marshall with her CIA spy shit, god.
Here are the pouches. I found 6.
Well, that's all of them. Kind of mine. Well, I guess I'll just have to wear all of them. It sounds sappy, I know, but that's all I can think to do.
Nothing's easy with the hiss. Is it rude to ask what's inside? What's inside the pouches? Too late now.
Now, the story's confidential, but, well, I guess I can tell you, being the director and all. So, the Bureau had heard rumors of a werewolf gathering upstate every full moon. Us being rookies, they sent us to confirm it was bullshit.
Hold on, is he about to tell me werewolves are real?
Turns out, there was an altered item that was creating violent gravitational anomalies during full moons. Oh, man, we nearly bid it that night. Well, to remember the occasion, we all bought silver bullets to wear around our necks, just in case we ever ran into another werewolf.
So why did you leave the Rangers?
Thought I could do more good here. Somebody's got to protect the people who protect everybody else, right?
Listen, this is part 4 of the playthrough. Is this game really that long? How many hours in are you, or can you see? So there's no statistic.
I have to go.
Me too. You're not the only one who's busy, you know.
There's no statistic screen to let you know your progress and stuff like that. But in terms of like main story missions, the one that I'm currently up to is 7, and there's 10 in total. But there's also been side missions and stuff that I've been doing, and that kind of thing too, as well. But I've completed 16 missions so far in total. You can see what missions you've finished. And that includes your side quests and all that kind of stuff as well. Glad that guy looks familiar. So the actor who plays him is Derek Hagan. Oh no, sorry, that's the wrong character. Ronan Summers is who plays that character. Plays Arish.
We're gonna get through this.
What can I help with? How are you doing, Jesse? It can't be easy seeing Dylan like this.
I'm fine. What can you tell me? Is he still human? Or is he his?
I've taken numerous tissue samples and have tests running as we speak, but from the initial data, he looks healthy. I only see corruption in a superficial way.
What does that mean?
I don't know. This is all new, but if he's like you, maybe Polaris is preventing total Hiss takeover. Or maybe this is just a new form of Hiss. We've already seen how it affects people in different ways.
Dylan told me he let the hiss in. Does that change anything?
Voluntary conversion. I mean, hypothetically, that could affect the mental state post-corruption, as well as the extent of biological alteration. But again, this is new territory for me. I'll need time.
You won't have it. I'm gonna shut down this light projector. That's how the Hiss are getting in. Once I close it, this should all be over.
Jesse, we don't know how this works. If you sever their connection to the source, it could cause a terminal chain reaction. Every Hiss-corrupted individual dead.
Better that than what Dylan is now.
I'm shutting it down. This has to end. Whatever happens, happens.
Okay, just let me know how I can help.
Thank you, Emily.
Hi, Jesse.
I've been seeing these Darling presentations all over. Seems like he enjoys the limelight.
So you noticed, huh? When he recruited me out of college, he actually came to visit. He interrupted my physics course by shouting, not quite, Professor, and then marching down to the front of the class where he proceeded to berate the very idea of laws of thermodynamics. Hey, he's been a showboat all his life.
Darling visited you in college?
Yeah, he read a paper I'd published, came to recruit me for the Bureau. I accepted and then spent years waiting for access to the confidential research that Darling promised me. And whenever I ask about my access level, he just mumbles that it's temporarily postponed and then changes the subject to the effect of entropy on luck.
I wonder who else Darling hid his work from. Marshall? Trench?
Have you learned anything about Dylan's condition?
Only that he's definitely Hiss, but I guess his chanting made that pretty obvious. You know, interestingly, the words of the Hiss incantation have an average length of 4 letters. The most common word used 7 times is want. The next most common are through and time. It's very interesting, don't you think?
I don't care about the words. What about my brother?
Right. Sorry, I got a little off track. Well, strangely, his tissue samples all look healthy, unlike the other Hiss I've tested.
That's good news. Right?
Lucinda, thanks for redeeming Change the Redacted Word. So for the rest of the stream, whenever I read a document, and the blacked out part, instead of saying redacted, I will say Lucinda. You did indeed. Yeah. I'm surprised that Harbinger didn't redeem it again, because he redeemed it last stream. So I thought, I'm sure Harbinger will go to redeem it again, but there you go. You got in.
I wanted to talk to you about the crazy things I can do. My abilities. I get the sense that they're not very usual around here.
Well, usual and unusual aren't really benchmarks at the Bureau, but for some perspective, Director Northmore once used the floppy disk to send a bowling ball 6 yards through the air, and that was considered a huge deal. So compared to that, you are most certainly an outlier.
An outlier. I like the sound of that.
I should get going.
Don't let me hold you up.
Listen, so what kind of rewards does doing side quests give you? They can give you ability points. They can also give you materials that go towards upgrading not just the mods that Jesse has access to, like what level mods you can have access to, but also your weapon as well. And there's multiple variations of your weapon, and you can have 2 at any given time, and you just switch between both of them. But if you've got more than 2, you need to swap out in your inventory which one you actually have. But yeah, you can swap between the 2 ones that you've chosen, and you can unlock more slots to add more mods to your weapon and stuff like that. So for example, I've got the Pierce version and the Spin version of the service weapon, and so far I've unlocked 2 of the 3 potential mod slots for Pierce. And I've got level 4 of damage while aiming, which is plus 37%, as well as level 3 of headshot boost, which is 63% plus headshot damage when using that weapon. And so far for Spin, I've only got 1 mod slot unlocked for that weapon, and it's weapon armor damage. Damage against enemy armor. It's the level 4 one, so it's 101%. And similar to how in RPGs where if you collect too much of an item, you'll eventually not be able to pick up any more, it's the same with your personal mods and the weapon mods. So what you need to do is you need to periodically keep checking to see if you have a better one than what you have. Any ones that are less than what you have, you can actually dismantle them or deconstruct them to actually get materials that will go towards upgrading more stuff and things like that. So you've got to keep an eye on that, because eventually you won't be able to pick up any more until you do that. So yeah, there's a bit of item management in that respect. But once you lock onto the mod types that you like, it's just a matter of looking at the icon and matching it with another icon the same, and then checking the top right hand corner of the box to see what level it is as well. Okay, I think this is this to this? Oh no, that's the jukebox. Okay, I'm not going to be worrying about that yet. Alright, I need to go up this way.
They're endangering us by bringing this. Happiness comes, white pearls, but yellow and red in the eye.
I don't know what else I'm hoping to find here.
Dylan. Can we talk?
I'd like to tell you about a dream I had last night.
Off to a good start.
Okay. I'm listening.
I was back in Ordinary before all of this happened. But in the dream, I was alone. It was just me. I was the only child. A girl. My name was Jesse Dylan Faden. But then the Bureau came and caught me, brought me back here, locked me up. Have you ever noticed that our names, Jesse, Dylan, they could be girls' names, boys' names, could be anything. Don't you find that weird? I find that weird.
Sure.
What the hell was that? Is he trying to mess with me?
You are a worm through time. The thunderstorm distorts you. Happiness comes, white pearls, but yellow and red in the eye. Through a mirror, the inverted is made right.
Orange peel.
Push the fingers through the surface into the web. You've always been near you. You've always
Hey EC, welcome on in. It's Evil Mr. Clean. It really is. Even Agent 47 would be like, I'll steer clear of this, dude. How's it going, AC? Welcome on in.
Hardly describes this as redacted. Repeat the word, the name of the sound. It resonates in your house. Oh.
Maybe Dylan's still in there. Maybe there's a way to reach him.
I'd like to talk to my brother, please. Dylan?
Dylan would like to tell you about a dream he had just now.
This again?
I was going to be the new director of this place. I helped you get a job here, so that we could be together. You were an office assistant. You'd make coffee and deliver the mail, and there was always plenty of work to do. And it stayed that way, forever and ever. It was nice. Really nice.
That's debatable.
But here's the strange thing. The dream shifted, and none of it was real anymore. It was a game. We were in a game, and it was a fucking boring game. But you couldn't stop playing. And then it shifted again. Or maybe it was another dream already. Or maybe I'm just confusing them. But in this other dream, it was more like a musical. This is an ordinary song about an ordinary girl from an ordinary town. It's the ordinary story. She worked an ordinary job in an ordinary office. Something. And that's all I can remember of that dream.
Maybe that's for the best.
Maybe one day he'll have a dream of lowlands away.
Maybe I can learn more about the hiss from him.
Can we talk?
I just had an interesting dream.
Shit.
That's fascinating, but let's talk about the hiss for a change, yeah?
This dream was about the hiss.
Best I'm gonna get.
In my dream, the hiss had broken free of this prison, this house. I'd set it free. And the president himself was there to welcome us. He was the first one to take the hiss in. Spread the word. At first, many people thought it was horrifying. That he was horrifying. But also, many people who heard his words wanted to welcome the hiss in. And slowly, more and more of them came around, until the whole world was brought together by the hiss. It was wonderful.
Okay. Thanks for sharing that.
Actually, it sounds
For the
like it'd be
record,
quite...
That will never happen. Not as long as I'm alive.
Actually, that sounds like it'd be quite hysterical. Hey Ryu, welcome back. I hope you had a good rest. Listen, do you recognize that shanty? It's such a good one. I like how in Syndicate that the tune to open the trapdoor is to actually do the first few keys of that. Cloud, what is your malfunction, Private Piles? That's actually a good point, Cloud. He does look like that character from Full Metal Jacket. You're right.
Maybe I'm just here to punish myself.
Any new dreams you'd like to share, Dylan?
I'm glad you asked, sister. This dream, like all dreams now, felt very real. Like reality. And reality now feels like a dream. Maybe it's all a dream. Maybe it's all real.
dream where my brother endlessly tells me about his dreams.
I was in a dark place, and there was a dark man there. His name was Mr. Door, and he told me that there are many worlds, side by side, on top of each other, some inside of others. In one world, there was a writer who wrote a story about a cop. In another world, the cop was real. Door said he himself was in all of them at the same time, endlessly shifting between them. I asked him how I could reach these worlds. I wanted to bring the hiss there. But he didn't want to help me. He didn't like the idea. What did he know?
I'm not wild about the idea myself.
Through time, the thunderstorm distorts you. Happiness comes, white burns, but yellow and red in the eye.
Ryu, he looks just as insane too. He really does, you know.
Push the fingers through the surface into the light.
All he needs to do now is just, you know, chant, this is my rifle, this is my gun. One is for fighting, one is for fun.
Here we go again. Once more with feeling.
Let me guess. You want to tell me about your dream?
Yes. Yes. In fact, I'm having a dream right now.
Oh. That's new.
In this dream, I'm standing in the corner watching Jesse and Dylan talk about this very dream. This very dream! He said just now! And repeated it again now. I'm standing there and watching, and that's all I can do. It's as if I'm trapped there. And that's all I have to say about that dream.
Okay, Dylan. That's good.
Is he still in there? Or is this the hiss playing mind games? I don't know.
Push the fingers in through the surface of the wet. Cloud, why he just Forrest Gump, and that's all I have to say about that. I got shot in the buttocks.
Reminder.
Oh yeah, I've already listened to that one.
Documents that suddenly appear.
Under the conceptual reality. Your boss with you. All hardware under the conceptual reality.
So many cell breaches. I guess life's a breach. I'm funny.
Life's a breach.
Hi there, ma'am. How's the fridge repair coming along?
I'll see you later, Langston.
I'll be here.
Be here.
Like
I will
always.
always. He always says that. I'll be here, like always.
Better not get blamed for this mess in the next performance.
And you will always say that, like always. He got stuck. It looked like he was dancing excitedly.
Keep your inside side by the door. Push the finger.
August 4th, 1964.
Here we go, finally found it. It was good though, because I was able to get some stuff that I'd missed collecting, but still. In Control 2, I hope they really do away with this style of thing. Having fast travel points is great and all, but it can be very confusing in terms of like navigating between areas that are on one level versus a different level, and the connecting paths and all that kind of stuff as well. Here we go, Lucinda. I finally have a new document that I can read that has some redacted parts. Victorian Mirror. Altered Item 60, UE. Background. Lucinda. She was admitted to a mental ward for emotional instability soon after relocating to Illinois with her family in 1914. The item only appears on record again in 2006 when the Bureau investigated a sudden rise in disappearances in Lucinda, Illinois. Agents found the item hanging in the local library. They contained it quickly, though the missing people of the town were never recovered. Supplementary materials. Date August 18th, 1915. We certify that the case of Mrs. Lucinda has shown her to be a lunatic under the reasons of hysteria, bad company, and imaginary female trouble. Her fixation with the family looking glass is noteworthy, though not an uncommon matter when considering the female disposition. Mrs. Carver is a fit subject for the lunatic asylum and will remain in its confines until her affliction has passed. Signed, Dr. Lucinda. Three hours and 11 minutes into the stream, we currently get to the part of the game where the title that I've chosen for the stream actually gets shown by the game. Not that I'm making every single title for this playthrough of each part actually match necessarily. I mean, the previous stream I called it Copy of a Copy because of the fact that we were meeting Jesse's brother Dylan. Review August 18th, 1915. 80 years later, Mortal Kombat came out in theaters. Did it? Really? Yeah, I didn't make that connection.
The Bureau needs a director. Our future. P6 and P7.
In the US, was it Ryu? In 95? Yeah.
After North Moore stepped down, I doubled every effort to find new prime candidates. There was no one. No one but me. That wasn't good enough. I pushed hard. I never wanted the Bureau to end up in that situation again. The Bureau needs a director. Always. When my time reaches an end, I want more options on the table. P1 through P5 were all false leads, dead ends, and disappointments. Then P6. Dylan Faden. He fell into our arms. No parents. They're gone. Casualties of an AWE. The boy has exceptional talent. The oldest house will be his home. We'll build him from the ground up. He'll be trained and taken care of. Darling can be in charge of this project. I can't. I'll stay away. I will not fail the boy like I failed my own family. My daughter and my wife. We weren't careful enough back then. Something came home with me. I took work home. My Susanna got sick. When I realized my mistake, I wanted to bring her here for Darling to do what he could. Kate flat out refused. Civilian doctors treated our daughter, but they didn't have a clue. She died. Kate left me. Same old story. That was a long time ago. The Bureau is all I have now. And the prime candidates are our future. There are two. P6 and P7. We're spoiled for choice.
View? Likely a coincidence, but you find that interesting. Yeah, I mean, it would definitely be quite in-depth of them to look at what year Mortal Kombat came out and then make a document in the game take place so many years before that event. Hey there, Rebby, thank you so much for the follow. Indeed, Ryu. Yeah, Jean Grey with a gun. Actually, that would be a cool mod for Jessie in this game on PC. Actually have her with the Jean Grey outfit.
terrified. The only thing creepier than one mannequin is a few dozen of the damn things.
Bright Falls, Altered World Event 35. Alice Wake, Mr. Wake's wife, was found during the Bureau investigation. She was interviewed and evaluated. She showed signs of severe mental trauma in the form of Lucinda memory loss. She was later directed to treatment. It was concluded that she had been trapped in the threshold during its manifestation. Notable individuals still missing after the Bright Falls event are FBI Special Agent Robert Nightingale and Dr. Emil Hartman, referred to the Creator's Dilemma and the file regarding the Cauldron Lake Lodge. Bureau researchers believe this event was the result of a forceful perception of subjective reality stemming from Mr. Wake, overlapping on our own. Wake has been flagged as a potential para-utilitarian. See Prime Candidate Program file for more details. In 2011, a book by Clay Stewart titled The Alan Wake Files was published by Roundabout Press, New York, and Olympia. Agents interviewed Clay Stewart and suspected minor para-utilitarian sensitivity. He was placed under indefinite surveillance. Notes, a monitoring station was established at Cauldron Lake to alert the Bureau of any future activity. So, that book, The Alan Wake Files, is actually a real book. If you bought the Xbox 360 version of Alan Wake, the collector's edition, that is, you actually got a book with it called The Alan Wake Files. And Clay Stewart, at the start of Alan Wake, he's the one in the prologue that tells Alan to hurry up and get into the cabin, and he's the one that gets killed at that. However, he doesn't actually get killed. He doesn't get killed. In fact, the Alan Wake Files book, I think, actually talks about how he keeps having this dream in which he gets killed, or something like that. Zom, funny idea came to mind. Pick up corpse, smile, go into the photo mode for a duo, selfie with said corpse. Oh yeah. There's definitely some things with games like this that you could do with photo mode. It's like, say cheese. Taking selfies. Oh, it's going well, Zomb. Yeah, things are going really good. And yeah, I am. Yeah, I really like this game. This is my third playthrough of it, and I'm really, really enjoying it. Okay, I'll watch this on a different screen. Bright Falls AWE 35. An unconfirmed threshold manifestation at Cauldron Lake, Washington, resulted in a fictional story written by the author Alan Wake creating an altered world event in which reality was altered to match that of the story, though only locally and for a limited time. Mr. Kirkland, head of investigations, was alerted on September 13, 2010 by ex-Bureau agent Frank Breaker, Sarah Breaker's father, C. Lucinda, that an AWE event was taking place in Bright Falls, Washington, referred to events investigated in 1970, 76, and 78. Breaker had received a call from Barry Wheeler, Alan Wake's literary agent, on behalf of Breaker's daughter Sarah, who is the current sheriff of Bright Falls. A Bureau field team arrived at the site 2 days later, only to confirm that the event was over. Interviews were conducted, referred to the 1970 Lucinda Thomas Zane, 1976, 1978 Odin Anderson, Tor Anderson. Alan Wake was believed to Lucinda instigator. Eyewitness reports highlight an old light switch, possible object of power, that Lucinda missing. Wake was not found at the scene. Reports claim he dived into the lake, but no body was recovered in the search. Indeed, Lucinda, indeed. Yeah, it also gives you a little bit of extra information about certain stuff as well. But there's a bit of a meta thing too. It talks about this book called The Alan Wake Files that was written, And if you bought the Xbox 360 version, the collector's edition, you actually got a book with it called the Alan Wake Files. And the author of that book is a character from Alan Wake. So they were definitely already doing meta stuff. And now, another wholesome and uplifting presentation of Threshold Kids. You and your special powers. Enjoy. Best watched before going to sleep.
I can see you're upset, Meg. Why don't you tell Uncle Mr. Bones what's wrong?
I did bad on my clairvoyance test.
You can't ace every test, Meg. You see, everyone has different brains. Some brains can talk to each other. We call this ESP.
ESP?
No interruptions!
Some brains can lift objects, like a baseball. Talk about a fly ball, eh, Meg?
No interruptions!
So who cares if you fail your clairvoyance test? Maybe your brain can throw baseballs, or talk to dead people, or make friends blind. Once we know what your brains can do, we'll know what job to give you. And if your brains are just right, you'll get to sit in the big chair.
What if I don't want the big chair?
What if I don't want the big chair?
Everyone wants the big chair, Meg!
That's why we're all here. Use those brains to listen for once, or the only chair you'll get in is the one with straps.
Everyone wants to sit in the big chair. Zom, wholesome and uplifting episode of Threshold Kids. Is that why Mr. Bones is one of the most direct references to Brazil, and at the end of this episode he references to an electric chair? You know, I didn't actually make that connection, but it has been a long time since I saw that movie though. But that's cool that there's a reference to Brazil in this.
New Bureau policy. No more mannequins.
Waste mannequin. Altered item 7KE. No known procedures for preventing the item's effect. Update 390. Lining the item's cell with the newly discovered black rock has yielded positive results. Test with other altered items. A wire and fabric waste mannequin. The base and head are made of stained wood. The item duplicates. The trigger for this behavior is unknown. No correlation can be found in either the number of duplications that manifest during an episode, or the duration for which they last before disappearing.
I wish things had gone differently in Ordinary for us. But wishing won't change things.
I'll watch
Finding
that.
the projector will.
I'll watch that video soon. P6 Victim Autopsy, Case 45, HQ121. Agent killed during Lucinda involving Lucinda, codename P6. Autopsy findings. Blunt force injuries on the head and neck. Extensive trauma of the abdominal region. Lacerations and contusions of the upper and lower torso. Fracture of the spinal cord between the L1 and L2 vertebrae. Avulsion fracture of the 3rd through 10th ribs left and right. Blunt force injuries of the extremities, abrasions, lacerations and contusions of the extremities, dislocation of left and right elbow, dislocation of left and right knee. After examination, it was determined that the cause of death was internal bleeding that occurred when the Lucinda was contorted through his Lucinda.
A new object of power, something we have not seen before. I mean, coming from me, that's...
Who is the highest ranking officer at the hospital? General Anesthesia. Who's the highest ranking officer at the hospital? General Anesthesia. Zom, just for reference, the game setting and focus on paperwork take inspiration from that reference. However, Mr. Bones wearing a doll mask and that echoey shout, yeah, he's essentially Jack Lint. Oh, I see, Zom, yeah. Yeah, it's been a while since I saw that movie as well. But yeah, you're definitely right. Like, there's a lot of references to the sort of like idea of a lot of paperwork, to do things. It's like, oh, to open this door, you need to have the right paperwork. Oh, to sit on the toilet, you need the right paperwork. That kind of deal. Cloud Lucinda is a redaction. Exactly, Cloud, yeah. Yeah, I had a channel point reward for this playthrough, and it can be redeemed by one person per stream, and when it's redeemed, instead of saying redacted for the black over text, I just say the person's name instead. Mr. Gautier now has a private practice somewhere. Dylan Faden transcript. Transcript of conversation subject Dylan Faden for review by Dr. Darling. Note, subject was alone during this outburst. Dylan, you again. I thought I told you to leave me alone. Why are you showing me this? I can't do anything. Can't you see where I am? Why don't you help me get the fuck out of here? You always show me things I can't do anything about. Stop showing me her. I don't care anymore, and I don't care about you. You both left me here to rot. Fuck off, you bitch. I'll dig out my own brains if it means getting rid of you. I don't want you here. Get the fucking message. Subject repeated the phrase fuck off numerous times before being sedated at 17:53.
Saying something. The boy, Dylan Faden. Prime candidates.
Okay, so I'll play that video that was playing in this other screen.
Ordinary. So much coming together in this one case. A new object of power, something we have not seen before. I mean, coming from me, that's saying something. The boy, Dylan Faden. Prime candidate 6. And the sister as well. I mean, once we catch up with her, but the boy had so much potential. We're talking Northmore level readings here. And I don't want to invoke his name, but it's completely different circumstances here. It's remarkable. There was an incident. Yes. We lost a valuable member of our team, yes. Excessive force. Dylan has so much. But he's just a kid. Like, I'll take the blame. He needs some slack. I mean, boys will be boys. He's exceptional and under a lot of stress. Roberts got killed. It's an unfortunate accident, that's all. Marshall needs to realize this. We will make this work. We'll make this work.
Indeed, Dr. Wake. Alan Darling. Dr. Darling. Harbinger, thanks for redeeming the Arnie in control. Let's have a look. A look. Rubber duck, altered item 52, AE. Containment procedure. Direct contact with the item is not permitted. Safety gloves are required when handling. Description, altered effect. Item is a yellow rubber duck bath toy from the 1950s. A single hole at the bottom allows air and water to flow in and out. The item makes a sound analogous to quacking. The item travels considerable distances with surprising speed. How it achieves this motion is unknown. The item forms a Lucinda of unknown purpose with anyone who makes direct physical contact with it and begins to follow them, quacking often. This has led to a researcher named Lucinda entering cardiac arrest. Though due to the individual's health issues, the matter may not be connected to the item's effect. Appendix. Item on loan to the research sector for further study. Harbinger, a Lucinda of unknown purpose? Exactly. Lucinda hearing your name in an Arnie impression. I know, right? Mr. Gote, Lucinda, we have to get to the chopper to get our rubber ducky back from the FBI.
Is this what Dylan wanted me to see? It doesn't matter. We need to find that projector.
Alright, I'll play that recording last.
All the times I felt paranoid, I was right. The Bureau could have given me the answers, but they just stood by and watched me.
Subject Jesse Faden, P7, regarding eastward movement, cause for concern. Alright, so departs Cheyenne, I don't know what WY is, arrives in Sydney, NE, departs Sydney, arrives in Des Moines, departs Des Moines, arrives in Chicago, Illinois, I know that one, departs Chicago, Illinois, arrives in South Bend, is it Indiana or Indianapolis? I don't know. Departs South Bend, arrives in Cleveland, Ohio, departs Cleveland, Ohio, arrives in Bloomsburg, I don't know what PA is, departs Bloomsburg and arrives in New York City, New York. Zom, there's also aspects such as the Hiss and its champion versus Polaris and her champion, how Polaris seems to everything, but doesn't have a direct effect over things, except through the champion and others chose for her team. In this case, Darling, and the Hiss focus on controlling everything and everyone. That reminds you of your favourite show, Person of Interest. Person of Interest, that sounds familiar. Mr. Gote will have to, well, you have to get Rod to put in an Arnie impression, make it a command in your chat. Ducky. So it is Indiana. Listen, they're cool. So it's Indiana, IN.
We used to play there all the time. Me and Dylan. And other kids as well.
I'll listen to that in a moment. I'll listen to it isolated.
We used to play there all the time. Me and Dylan. And other kids as well. We loved it. This time, I remember, was different. We found a way in, deeper into it, like it had shifted. We went inside, and that's where we found the slide projector.
A dump is a place for lost things. Things that have been thrown away. Did you ever feel that way when you were growing up, Jessie?
What? No. Yes, but that has nothing to do with...
Was there a slide projector at your home when you were small?
No.
Those were before your time, I suppose. But your family did look at photos together, maybe? In one form or the other?
Maybe.
When was this? Can you remember? At parties? Barbecues? How did it make you feel? Did your parents ever show pictures that embarrassed you? Was alcohol ever involved at these parties? Did your parents drink? Did that make you uncomfortable?
No. That's just stupid. Come on. That has nothing to do with this. Nothing. The slide projector...
Let me ask you this. As a child, did you ever fantasize about worlds inside pictures? Inside a painting? You know, stepping into a painting, into a hidden world, escaping and finding adventure there, away from your parents.
I don't think so. I don't remember. Maybe. I don't know.
I hate when people like asks 5 questions one after the other. Because it's like, hang on. What was the first question again? Why did you eat the ice cream? What color was the ice cream? What flavor was the ice cream? What was the time of day? When did you go to the toilet last? Yeah, to all of those.
They studied what happened in Ordinary here. That's the place to start looking.
Zone Person of Interest is a Nolan Brothers created pre-crime drama, a la Minority Report, starring Michael Emerson and Jim Caviezel, but with ASI, Artificial Superintelligent, instead of 3 series. All 5 seasons are on Amazon's free of additional charge, or completely free depending on how accessed. Streaming platform freebie. Well, I'd heard of it, but I thought it was something like... I had heard that name, but I thought it was something different to what I was thinking of. But yeah, it's interesting, the concept of knowing that a crime's going to happen before it actually does, and then arresting the person before they do it. Mr. Goethe, when did you go for ice cream, Rod? What did you buy at Woolies? Not tell me. I bought a moon. Some people say it looks like a Death Star. Work chat, dead dog. I see your creepy teeth delivery and raise you a dead dog. Yeah, like a straight up deceased dog. Had a collar on it and everything. Had been rotting in that box since they packed it up. Go ahead and imagine how that smelled. So don't go whining to me. I wish I got to watch a parade of human teeth. Yeah, I'd probably rather see that, actually. Just human teeth roaming around instead of seeing a dead dog. Lucinda, what is Woolies? So it's actually slang or abbreviation or whatever you want to call it for a supermarket chain called Woolworths. I think there is one in England as well, but I think it's a different kind of store, I think. But I don't really know too much about the English version of it, or the UK version of it. Mr. Gote, it's no moon, it's a 7-Eleven with no power. Oh no, Slurpees. Come on, you can't not have Slurpees available. Jeez. What is this? The 10th century? Even in the 1920s they had that. Yeah, Lucinda. They actually have Woolworths here actually has a like a slogan that is kind of like, you know, and they have the ad where it's like, did you get your Woolies worth out of your shop? It's like, yeah, we all talk like that, don't we? Willow, AWE shipping manifest. A hollow sphere, stone-like material. Vitrified soil, Lucinda pieces of various sizes and colors, animal carcass, possibly canine, rusted metal bucket, leather wallet, aged shotgun cartridge, all materials to go to the investigation sector for further analysis. Is it Mr. Gote? Cool. Yeah, I go to whichever has the best sales on that particular week.
Dylan and I were both prime candidates. Experiments. Very different ones, sure, but both in a cell of some sort. Am I out of the cell now, or is all this, the house and being the director, just another cell? Who's really in charge here?
Do you feel in charge? Mr. Gote, you like our food shops? The ad culture is cringe as fuck, though. It really, really is. It really is. One thing that I hate about Australian advertisements is when they do the whole, we've got some good news for you, Australia. It's like, yeah, that's where we are. We're in Australia. Like, if the ad was taking place in America and you wanted to advertise to Australians living in America, yeah, I could understand saying that, but you don't need to refer to the people of the country that your ad is for anyway by their country name. Australia, we've got a good deal for you. Yeah, listeners, like, hey there, Americans. Mr. Gote, the prices are down. Staying down is like a $500 shop to feed some people and families, lol. Yeah, exactly. You know, like, depending on how big your family is, you know, that's a lot of money that you need to spend for, you know, various things. And typewritten page, altered item 83 KE. The page was discovered in an instance of the Ocean View Motel and Casino that was linked to the investigation sector. The page had been pushed into the motel's corridor from under the door with the symbol of a spiral. Lucinda. Appendix. Text transcribed from the item. For 10 years I've tried to write my escape, only sinking deeper. I used to know where fiction ends and reality begins. Here they are all the same. It's a hideous trap. My every thought made real. Fear, desire. How can I ever know for sure I've escaped and not just lost in my own fantasy of it? That thought alone can drive you mad. The identifiable words in the scratched out portion. Falls, Bright Falls, Haunting, Wake, Alan Wake, Light Switch, Ocean, Too Late, and the final sentence, You've been warned. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Oh yeah, Zom. That's absolutely no trouble at all. Thank you so much for stopping in and for chatting for a bit. And thank you, I definitely will. You have a good one. Thanks for leaving the lurk as well. Humger error fbc.exe has stopped working. Please check the number and try again. Thank you, game, for glitching. Amazing. Excellent. Wonderful. I love it when games glitch like this. Oh, there we go. That's good. Corrected itself. Alright, looks like there's a glitch as to why I can't progress in this part here. Lucinda, okay, Roger, need to run an errand real quick and make some food, then get your day started shortly thereafter. I'm going to leave a lurk for the rest of the stream. Thank you so very much, Lucinda, for being here, and thank you for leaving the lurk as well. Thanks for redeeming that redemption as well. So I'll continue to read those redacted parts as your name. I hope that you have a great start to your stream and that you enjoy your food as well. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel. Yesterday started a new playthrough of Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Her first ever playthrough of that game is playing through Assassin's Creed Mirage after that as well. Has a secondary and primary game. Assassin's Creed Valhalla is a primary game. Secondary game I think is still to be decided, but each week Lucinda alternates between one and the other. So this week it's the primary game, and then next week it'll be the secondary game. Also a big, massive fan of games like the Resident Evil series, as well as Dishonored, Dying Light, as well as Evil Within, and The Last of Us also. A great streamer with a great channel, so highly recommend. Yeah, it is. I initially thought of making it a word of someone's choice within reason, but then I thought some people probably have a different within reason concept than I might be expecting. So I thought the better option would be to make it the person's username. But yeah, thank you for redeeming that. And no worries at all for the shout out, Lucinda. Absolutely no trouble at all. Yeah, I didn't play, like, I started the first stream and I was like, oh, I could do that as a channel point. I actually took some images from another reward or something and used it for that. But yeah, thank you so much, Lucinda, for being here, and I hope your errands go well. Definitely catch you again soon. I must say, I've had so many glitches in this PlayStation version of Control.
Dylan and I were both prime candidates. Experiments. Very different ones, sure, but both in a cell of some sort. Am I out of the cell now, or is all this, the house and being the director, just another cell?
There we go. That's how it's supposed to work. The control point. So I think what might have happened to trigger the glitch is killing the ones that were floating before they dropped to the ground.
We're going back home. Of course we are. It started there, and it's never gone away.
Oh, nice. Health recovery per element pickup. I've got one that's better than the current version I've got. So go from having health recovery per element pickup as 29% to 38%.
There's gotta be a way to rotate these tracks. Maybe there's a control panel nearby. There's gotta be a way to rotate these tracks. Maybe there's a control panel nearby.
What chat? Teeth. Guess who just had to inspect an inbound delivery of like 100 teensy tiny little boxes? Me, that's who. And you know what was inside each one? A single human tooth. Fucking gross.
It won't rotate. Something's blocking it. Something's blocking it.
airplane evaluation order. The airplane in question has been brought in from a private airfield located in the town of Lucinda, Cincinnati. It is supposed to be connected to the Lucinda AWE. See case file Lucinda for details. And is being evaluated for altered status. The plane is currently being stored in the transit corridor in the containment sector brought here through the New York subway tunnel. Special access Lucinda. For more information on Tunnel Lucinda and links to urban legends centered on ghost stations, abandoned tracks, and Lucinda, see file 412-4521. The plane's black box is currently being evaluated for Lucinda, and initial readings have been taken by a research team, though no altered status has yet been detected. Ordinary, AWE Stage 1.A. Witness testimonies. The first slide was a room with dirty wallpaper and dolls on a shelf. There were lots of dolls. Dylan Faden, interview 2002. The house was empty. No one lived there. We played in there a lot, and it was our secret playhouse. Jesse Faden, therapy session 2010. I went to school with Neil. Some kids called him Nosebleed Neil. Note, likely Neil Hosenberg missing. It was mean. He had asthma. Tom, note likely Tom Barlow missing, and his gang Freddy, note likely Frederick Bartwell missing. Hugo, note no one by his name was found in public records, bullied him. We brought Neil to the dump to play. Dylan Faden, interview 2002. Extrapolated information. Unconfirmed existence of additional slide. Designation house. I'll listen to that without other audio soon. Ordinary summary. Ordinary, AWE 24. An AWE occurred in the town of Ordinary, caused by an object of power, slide projector ID, object of power 15, discovered by local children at the dump outside of town. When a specific set of slides are used in the projected images open doorways to other dimensions. Multiple slides were used by the children, resulting in the disappearance of the town's adult population. Event response. On August 30th, 2002, siblings Dylan Faden, 10 years old, see P6 materials, and Jesse Faden, 11 years old, see P7 materials, were playing at the local dump when they found a discarded slide projector. See OOP15 case file and Darling presentations, Lucinda for details. A team led by Director Trench and Dr. Darling arrived at the site on September 14. The AWE had ended, but the team found the Faden children, who led them to the slide projector and the slides, which had been burned with the exception of one. Jesse escaped when agents attempted to detain the pair. In total, 17 surviving individuals were found in the town. All of them were brought in for questioning and tests. See interviews Lucinda and Prime Candidate Program files Lucinda.
There is
and I'll watch that soon too. Ordinary, AWE Stage 4.A. Witness testimonies. Jesse and me followed the dung monkeys to the cave. There was a lot of them. More of the kids from town had joined up. It was really scary. Jesse grabbed the projector and we ran as fast as we could. They chased us. I fell and hurt my knee. Jesse tried to help me, but the dung monkeys were coming. They were just about to get us, but then Neil showed up. Neil looked like a dog, like a melted dog, but I knew it was him. Neil said a lot of times he didn't like being a boy because Tom just beat him up. I think he liked being a dog. Dylan Faden, interview 2002. The projector wouldn't turn off, so we changed the slide to the hand. I heard her immediately. She promised to help. Jesse Faden, therapy session 2010. Jesse said we should call her Polaris. It's because she was doing stars at school. Dylan Faden, interview 2002. Extrapolated information. Additional slide, designation hand, SID 36, is verified and in Bureau possession. Unconfirmed existence of paranatural entity, designation Dog Neil, EID 19930.
A curious correlation with the yet unknowable forces intruding upon our world. In the form of altered...
Alright, so let's cover those things that we just unlocked, the audio of it. So first I'll cover that America Overnight one.
You're listening to America Overnight, celebrating 29 years, shining a light in the shadows. Thank you for staying with us. Here's our first caller.
Hi. What I'm about to tell you, if they found out, I don't know what would happen.
If who found out, brother?
The men in the suits. They told me it was an industrial accident, but this is something else. Something nobody talks about. Ordinary.
This certainly doesn't sound very ordinary, caller.
No, not ordinary. Ordinary. It's a town. And it wasn't an industrial accident. I mean, that's what they said, but that's bullshit.
Whoa, please watch the language, caller. It may be 2 a.m., but we're still a family show.
I'm sorry. It's just, my brother lived there. They said the town was destroyed, but it wasn't. I went there. The people are gone, but the town's there. It's still there.
So the population of an entire town disappears, yet the town remains. Tell me, was the phrase, "there is no salvation," written anywhere?
I'm not sure.
The same thing happened in Brazil in 23, a village called Hor Verde. More than 600 people just up and left. The government said they were fleeing guerrilla forces, but we know the truth. A mass abduction. As predicted by my regular guest, Dr. Quincy Reagan.
Abduction? You mean aliens? That's bullshit! I know they're lying!
Now, I warned you about the language, caller. I'm afraid we're gonna have to cut you off. And good timing, too. It's time for a short break. Hang in there. America Overnight will be right back.
There is a curious correlation with the yet unknowable forces intruding upon our world, in the form of altered world events. These forces gravitate toward archetypal objects, a gun, a television, a supposedly haunted house. So clearly humanity affects this process. Our collective unconscious is a map of sorts. We hold the key, but we don't know how to use it. We create these archetypes through everyday life. Popular culture, urban legends, but we are observing and influencing a complicated system in action. We can change the likelihood of something being a receptacle for these forces just by thinking about it. But we haven't found a method to control the outcome. And yet, there's something unique in us, in our dreams, in the conceptual reality with power, with our minds. What's the cause and what's the effect? Are we the starting point or just a necessary evil in this? A byproduct, a reflection, a projection? We'll struggle to find the answers to these hard questions, or die trying.
Lizzie, the only thing they care about is the language. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's so funny how that caller in that was calling at 2 a.m. in the morning. And it was still like, this is still a family show. You can't say bullshit. Alan Wake experience more alike, as we know. That's true, dude. Yeah. I like how they did that. Took what AWE stands for in terms of, like, the universe of control. And then for the DLC that's related to Alan Wake, make it Alan Wake experience for that DLC. Ordinary, AWE Stage 2. Witness testimonies. After what happened at school to Mrs. Chester, we started spying on Tom and saw where they took the projector. Dylan Faden, interview 2002. Tom and his troglodytes were using the Sled Hill Cave as their headquarters. That's where the projector was. They'd been using the temple slide, as we called it that, but really it was a broken concrete thing like a warehouse or a bomb shelter or something. Very dark. The Knot mother lived there with her babies, children, I don't know. She was feeding Tom and the others her milk. They were changing into little monsters. We called them dung monkeys. Jesse Faden, Therapy Session 2010. Extrapolated information. Unconfirmed existence of additional slide designation temple. Unconfirmed existence of paranatural entity designation Knot mother, EID 19928. Makes me think of that animated movie Coraline.
Annual evaluation of Demon Faden, formerly P6, performed by Dr. Carlo. Questions asked. Are you ready, Dylan?
I'll listen to that audio on its own soon.
In a single word, describe the world around you. Where's Casco? Dr. Annual evaluation of Dylan Faden, formerly P6, performed by Dr. Carla Vaughn. The questions asked here correspond to the 5th iteration of the Gunner's psychological assessment. Are you ready, Dylan? Let's begin then. In a single word, describe the world around you.
Where's Casper?
Dr. Darling is out of the building today.
He's never out. He didn't want to come, did he? He never visits, not since Roberts. Tell Darling it wasn't my fault. I couldn't control it yet, but I can now. I learned. Will you tell him?
In a single word, describe the world around you.
A prison. A cold, empty prison. Not even a poster on the wall.
Mm-hmm. What is the next number in the sequence 3, 6, 9, 12, 15?
18.
What day is it today?
How the hell would I know? It's not like you give me a calendar.
You find a rabbit in the woods. It is breathing, but not moving. You cannot see any blood. What do you do?
Leave it.
Expand on that.
It doesn't matter. The rabbit's not real. None of it's real.
What day is it today?
Do you enjoy asking people questions that can't be answered? Is this what gets you up in the morning? What you dreamed of doing as a scared, stupid little girl?
Can you describe a dog to me?
In Ordinary, we had a friend. Nosebleed Neil. And when it all went crazy, you know what I mean. Nosebleed Neil turned into a dog. Or something like a dog.
What day is it tomorrow?
Fuck off! I don't know! There is no calendar! How can I fucking know?
Dylan, calm down.
Fuck you! Fuck you and fuck Casper! Hey! Are you watching this, you old fuck? Did you send your bitch because you're too scared of me? Where is Casper?
Security, get a team in here. I need...
Ordinary, AWE Stage 1B. The second slide we called the meadow, but it was really just an empty lot with a bunch of weeds. There was a shack and a phone line. It smelled like flowers there. It was powerful, intoxicating. We had crazy dreams there. It must have been because of the smell. I didn't like it. Didn't like losing control. In the dreams, everything was melting, and then, when we'd come out, everything had melted around the projector. Jesse Faden, Therapy Session 2010. Neil was really into it. We found out he'd been coming there more and more on his own. Then Tom beat the secret out of Neil and found the projector. He and his goons took it. Jesse Faden, Therapy Session 2010. We thought Neil had got lost inside the meadow when Tom changed the slide, but that's not what happened. Dylan Faden, Interview 2002. Extrapolated information, unconfirmed existence of additional slide, designation meadow. There's a lot of kind of like similarities between this kind of thing and Stephen King's It.
see what they have on Ordinary. It's all here. Our home, our school, the woods, the dump.
Ordinary, AWE Stage 3. Tom and the others had gotten worse, scarier. The math teacher, Mrs. Chester, tried to make them listen and they pushed over a piano on her, broke her legs. Then Tom bashed her head in. Bye-bye, Mrs. Chester. I always liked her. I liked math. Dylan Faden, interview 2002. That was the tipping point. It was Lord of the Flies level bad. The grown-ups realized something was wrong. The police came and literally dragged Tom and Hugo and the others away. Tom was screaming that the Not Mother would make them all go away. They enacted a curfew for every kid in Ordinary. Mom and Dad were pissed, asking us about the dump and about everything. I remember wanting them gone like Tom had said. When we woke up the next morning, pretty much all the adults had just vanished. Was I responsible? Did I don't know. Jesse Faden, therapy session 2010. Extrapolated information. Disappearance of majority of Ordinary's population confirmed to result from slide projector related AWE. Another interesting thing that reminds me of a Stephen King thing is Stephen King's Children of the Corn. Very different kind of thing, but in that story, basically all the adults in the town are killed by the kids, and so there's no adults left. But in this game's case, the adults just all disappear in the town of Ordinary, but there's only children left.
Slide projector in the dump outside town. Did they recreate that too? Is that where they keep it?
Hey there, Livy. Are you in control, Master? That's the question, isn't it? But who is in control? Am I in control? Or is Jesse in control? Is what I'm doing with the controller actually what's making Jesse do the things that she's doing? Or is Jesse just doing the things that she's doing and I think that I'm the one controlling Jesse to do the things that she's doing, but it's not? Maybe it's like when someone plays a video game and they have a second controller plugged in for their younger sibling or their child, and the child starts to go, hang on, how come when I move stuff, nothing happens, but when you move stuff, something happens? How's it going, Levy? Welcome on in. Hope it's going well.
You mentioned a poem.
I'll let that play on its own in a moment. Thomas Zane. Ordinary Supplement. Ordinary AWE 24. Details are largely based on interviews conducted with Dylan Faden. See interviews Lucinda and Lucinda for relevant information, and the obtained therapy sessions of Jesse Faden, as well as circumstantial evidence found at the Ordinary site. Note that accounts provided by all three sources contain conflicting data. Example, Dylan Faden claims there were 8 slides for the projector. JF mentioned 9 slides. The Bureau found one intact slide, designation 36, and the burnt remains of 6 others. Unfortunately, these slides are too badly damaged to be used in the projector. JF mentioned 9 slides. The Bureau found 1 intact slide, designation 36, and the burnt remains of 6 others. Unfortunately, these slides are too badly damaged to be used in the projector. Jesse Faden is believed to be the individual responsible for burning the slides. Notes: Dr. Darling has ordered that the entirety of the ordinary town dump be brought to the Bureau for examination and analysis, with the hopes of finding additional slides or other altered materials. Due to the limited space in the investigation sector, this AWE will be investigated in the containment sector.
You mentioned a poem last time we talked. By Thomas Zane?
Yes. Beyond the shadow you settle for, there's a miracle illuminated.
I looked the poem up. Only I couldn't find any poet by that name. I did find a European filmmaker who moved here in the 60s, named Thomas Zane.
What? I don't...
No matter. It suits you very well. The poem. How you see things. Maybe you wrote it yourself?
I didn't.
No matter. You've said a few times that you feel like there's a piece of you missing. Can we talk about that?
Okay. Yeah, it's this... I feel an emptiness, a yearning for something that I think I lost.
It's natural for you to feel that way. Your brother and your parents are dead.
No. No. Dylan's not dead. And that's not even it.
You're referring to the imaginary friend from your childhood?
Polaris. She's come back. After a long time, she's calling me. In a dream I saw, she showed me things.
Jesse.
It felt more real than anything. As real as what happened in Ordinary.
The industrial accident in your hometown? That you believe Polaris caused?
No. It wasn't an accident. There was no industrial accident, and Polaris didn't cause it. She saved me and Dylan.
Jesse...
No! It was a cover-up. The government knows about it. There were agents there. Agents from... I don't know exactly, but they took Dylan. I'll find them. I won't stop looking. Polaris wants me to go to New York. There's a building there. I have to leave soon. I have to be there at a very specific time. Something hugely important is going to happen.
Jesse, you know we can't let you go until you're well. And that begins by understanding what's real and what's imagined.
Do you feel in charge? I've paid you a small fortune, and this gives you power over me?
Thanks for redeeming that Bane impression from The Dark Knight Rises. Thank you, Harbinger.
Moved the whole landfill here in the middle of New York, and nobody saw a thing. Pretty unbelievable.
Okay, so dump cessation of work order. By order of Dr. Darling, all work in the ordinary dump is to stop effective immediately. Resources will be allocated to the Lucinda department. Details will be forthcoming. This area will be sealed at the end of the month. Please remove all personal effects before that time. Any photographic slides, the type used in slide projectors, found in the area should be delivered to Dr. Darling immediately.
should check that lab.
Oh, nice, cool. Alright, so I can get a better version of the Pierce aimed fire boost, damage while aiming. So currently it's plus 37%. This one will give me plus 50%. Album cover. Old Gods of Asgard, Rebirth, Greatest Hits. I was 9 or something when I found my dad's Old Gods album. I became a huge fan instantly. Jesse Faden. I do not blame you one bit. Harbinger, there is so much you can understand about this game now. Skipped reading, listening for so many collectibles last year. Thomas Zane, you're like, who? Yeah, Harbinger. And this game put doubt in my mind about what had actually happened in Alan Wake 1. Because in Alan Wake 1, of course, Thomas Zane is actually the poet. However, Control changes it and says that Thomas Zane was not actually a poet, but there was a filmmaker called Thomas Zane, you know. So the kind of like twisting and changing of things is definitely something that in other franchises you would consider it being, you know, retroactively changing stuff. However, in the Alan Wake universe, and by extension, obviously, the Control universe, things like that don't necessarily mean that it's a kind of like a retconning or anything like that in the traditional sense of what a retconning is, you know what I mean? But yeah, what they do with Thomas Zane is quite interesting.
Effective immediately. I'm setting up a new department. Dimensional research in the research sector. Transferring the slide projector there. That's where my focus will be now. The ordinary site remains as is. We'll be back to... I don't know when.
Darling took the projector to the research sector. He dedicated a whole area to it, so he knew it was important. Dimensional research. That's where we go next.
A dark place. We won't be doing that until we finish the Foundation DLC.
Dylan's a lost cause. I know I struggled to see this, but we've contained him now. I wish I had sided with Marshall. Back when it was just one person. So many dead. I thought his youth was an asset. Just too much too soon. Effective immediately. I'm setting up a new department. Dimensional research in the research sector. Transferring the slide projector there. That's where my focus will be now. The ordinary site remains as is. We'll be back to... I don't know when.
Okay, so that covers that. Alright, so what I want to do is get to the next fast travel or control point, they're called in this game. Oh. Globe supplement. Wolf Globe. Altered item 72PE. The item was found in the penthouse suite at Lucinda, Toronto, belonging to David Wolf, who was being investigated for illegally dealing in altered materials. See case 13HQ37. Bureau agents raided his penthouse and found numerous paranatural belongings, including Lucinda, and this item. Mr. Wolf was arrested. Supplementary materials. Article from the Toronto Daily. So why would a 36-year-old Bay Street investment trader, filthy rich, married to a model, disappear overnight? That's the question that's kept Toronto high society up at night this past week. Police say it's being looked into. Some nutjob radio show in the States claims he disappeared to join the Illuminati, but it's this reporter's opinion that Mr. Wolf, bored of his job, sick of his family, left it all behind to retire in some remote beach paradise. Now he's sipping Mai Tais while the world thinks he's dead. Maybe. Okay, so I'm just having a look, and I think Crooked's going to be finishing his stream. Alrighty then, so I've got a raid target. We're going to raid a streamer that I haven't actually raided before, but their name is Flipper_UK. They're playing a game called Shadows of a Doubt. I just want to do these shout outs before I put in some raid messages. Hey, Hipsuit. How's it going, dude? Just wrapping up. Made some good progress today, too, as well. I mean, it is Wednesday here already. 1:40 a.m. But yeah, I did a stream earlier of Control and did a few hours, and then just did 5 hours now, so 6, 7, 8 hours in total for Control. But yeah, thank you so much for popping in again, though, Hipsuit. Muchly appreciated. Would like to highly recommend people check out Crocodiles, who's been doing a playthrough of The Crew, also Assassin's Creed Black Flag, without the HUD and without fast travel, and can only look at the map a limited amount of times. He's actually doing that for all the games in the series, but currently up to Black Flag. He's also, pardon me, doing a playthrough of Witcher 3 on the hardest difficulty with no HUD and playing Geralt as an evil, greedy bastard. Highly recommend checking out Lucinda. She's doing her first ever playthrough of Assassin's Creed Valhalla, playing through all the Assassin's Creed games. So the next one after that will be Mirage. Also a big fan of Resident Evil, as well as Dying Light, Last of Us, Evil Within, and I was going to say Disturbed, Dishonored. Another great streamer. Also highly recommend checking out Bearsuit, doing a playthrough of The Last of Us Part 1. He's doing different kinds of playthroughs, like challenge runs, permadeath playthroughs, permadeath for the whole game, or permadeath by chapter. Also a fan of the Dark Souls series and the Evil Within as well. Mr. Gote plays games like Mortal Kombat 11, also a fan of the horror series Dead Space, as well as Outlast, and also a fan of Hunt Showdown. Shitterlock, highly recommend as well. They're doing a playthrough of The Quarry, first time playing through that game, but they're a fan of the other Supermassive games, and have played those Until Dawn and the Dark Pictures series. Also a big fan of Assassin's Creed, doing playthroughs of that series. Most recently did a playthrough of Assassin's Creed 2, Brotherhood and Revelations, with a no-death challenge for each game. If he died, he had to start the game from the start. Also did a playthrough of Skyrim for his first time recently, but is doing another playthrough now, but getting all the achievements this time. Also highly recommend checking out Hipsuit as well. They do streams of Stream Raiders, so if you're a player of Stream Raiders looking for a streamer who plays that game, definitely recommend checking out Hipsuit. Also highly recommend checking out Tylian as well. Tylian plays a lot of games like Control. He's a big fan of third-person action games like Control, Alan Wake, as well as Horizon Zero Dawn and the Star Wars Jedi games as well. You're off from work now, Hipsuit? Oh, excellent. That's good. Well, I hope you can enjoy finishing work and relax and chill out. That's okay for the shout-out, Sheila. Absolutely no trouble at all. And same to you as well, Bearsuit. No problemo. More than happy to give you shout-outs. Yeah, Hipsuit, so made some good progress. I anticipate I'll finish the main game probably tomorrow, I'd say. And then maybe the 2 DLC in one day on Thursday. Hipsuit, that reminds you need to start your offlines today. Oh, do you? Okay. Well, I hope it all goes well, though. I hope you can get some good games in. Hasta la vista, Dr. Darling. Thank you, Harbinger, for redeeming that Arnie impression. Here's a general raid message that people can feel free to use. Here's a raid message with some free follower emotes attached. And I'll also put in a variation that has some subscriber emotes. There we go, and that is for subscribers. The next stream of this that you'll see from me will be when it's Wednesday for me. Just want to thank everyone so much for watching. Muchly appreciated. We're going to go and raid out to Flipper_UK. Sailcat, thank you so much for the 23 months in a row. That's excellent. Thank you very, very much for that, Sailcat. Almost a year. Not far off. That's cool. Thank you again, Sailcat. You're just in time. Good timing, Salcat, that's for sure. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're gonna raid out, and there'll still be more days for Control this week, and we're still in the main story as well, but I'll be doing the 2 DLC as well. Probably finish the main game Wednesday, and then Thursday finish the DLC, which would then mean on Friday I could jump into Alan Wake 2 then, because that's the game that will replace Control when it's all done. Yeah, Hipsuit, not a second too late. That is for sure. You're not wrong there. Coming this weekend, I'll be doing my annual playthrough of Red Dead Redemption 2. I won't reveal the details of what I'm doing in that playthrough, but it's not just playing through the game's story. I'll be taking an approach to the game that I've never taken before. Other people have done variations of the type, but I haven't. In any case, anyway, thank you so much for watching. Catch you all next time. Yeah, Harbinger. Timing, huh?